Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2. One, two, 1, 2.
Hey, Christine, testing, you can hear me.
We can
Hey,
hear you,
Christine,
Maggie.
testing. Oh, hey, y'all.
Hey, y'all. Now that's Summer.
Hello, hello.
Okay, I'll go off camera and then be right back on. Hey, y'all. What happened?
What does this dress go on?
It was a great walk. Did you do anything fun?
No, the beach
Did you do
goggles is
archery?
good.
I can hear you, Maggie.
Okay. What's happening in chambers, folks? Are we starting the meeting?
Yeah, no cameras right now. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the closed session of the July 13th, 2022 HBCSD Board of Education regular meeting. Christine, can you please take the roll?
Board Member Cole,
Present.
Board Member Cluth,
Present.
Board Member McCall,
Happy summer, present.
Vice President Clerk Gardner,
Present.
and President Bove LaMonica.
Present.
All right,
All
everyone
present.
is here, all present. Thank you. I don't see anyone in the chamber for public comment. Christine, do we have anyone in the virtual waiting room for public comment?
There's nobody in the virtual waiting room.
All right,
Public
perfect. Then we will adjourn to closed session. Thank you. Minutes. You have audio. You do have audio.
Oh. All I wanted was ice cream.
Testing, 1, 2.
They're not working. Peter. Peter, the mics aren't working. Hello? Okay, there we go. Thank you. We're doing mic check. Nope. Hello? Hello? Just me?
Wait, Doug. Hello. Oh, mine is working now.
Test, test, test. Yeah.
There we go.
We're back.
It's like hot.
Hello? Jason, are you good? Does yours work? Just talking to it.
Test, test.
Ours are hot, but they're not able to turn off.
Apologies for the delay.
Just so everyone knows, Jason requested that we had a beach theme tonight for the board.
Happy summer.
Testing, 1, 2.
There we go. Yeah, the buttons aren't working, but the microphones are working. Hello? Test, test.
Okay, yeah.
Test, test. All right, we're gonna run with it. Test, test.
So just heads up that you're hot.
Yeah, you're hot. Everybody's hot.
That's why we're wearing
The
beachwear.
beach theme.
Exactly. We're running with it tonight. All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the open session of the July 13th, 2022 meeting of the HBCSD board. We are here in person and available digitally on all the various channels. There's nothing to report from tonight's closed session. Christine, can we take the roll, please?
Board Member Cole,
Present.
Board Member Clute,
Present.
Board Member McCall,
Present.
Vice President Clerk Gardner,
Present.
and President Bove LaMonica is absent for open session.
All right, thank you. We do have a quorum. If everyone would please rise for the flag salute. Pledge allegiance to the flag. To the republic. One nation. under God, indivisible, with liberty and All right, thank you, everyone. Do we have a motion to approve tonight's agenda? Thank you, Quentin. Second. Thank you, Jen. All in favor?
Oh,
I'm going to
second.
run with it. I can hear you. All in favor? Aye. All right, 4-0. The agenda is approved. We will now move on to announcements. I will turn it over to the superintendent.
Thank you, Doug. First up, I'd like to invite the Women's Club of Hermosa, if they could come on up. Tonight, I believe we have Judy, Betsy, Jan, Nancy, and Penny, and they are going to present an award to the district on behalf of the Women's Club.
Good evening. Thank you for having us. My name is Nancy Locke, and I'm the past president of the Women's Club of Hermosa Beach. And tonight we have all of us are members and representatives from the past board and our future board. We are dark during the summer, so we're not having meetings as you all have to work. We want to thank our Superintendent Johnson and his staff and the school board for maintaining such high caliber schools in our wonderful city. I always say that you can't have a world-class city without world-class schools and the other way around. So whatever we can do as women's club members to help you maintain your high standards, we'll always be here for you. And the donation that we're able to give, we wish it were more. When we can get back to fundraising, hopefully it will be more. And we know that you'll put that to good use. Many of us are educators, so we know what every little penny can do. So thank you and keep up the good work.
I just like to
Thank you.
highlight as well too that when I first started, it was in the middle of the pandemic. I met with the women's club, and they're in the first organizations were like, "What can we do? What do you need? What can we do to figure out?" So I just, and being new in town, I really appreciate it. And it was a warm welcome, and it was very, very evident that the women's club supports our schools. So I very much appreciate that. If we could, I would love for the board president and I to come down and take a quick photo with the women's club. Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
Remember to be smiling.
Hiding. Can't see me.
Stars.
See the camera. Camera can't see me.
You can see me.
Thank you.
All right. So thank you for that. We're going to keep it going here. Next, we have our new PTO president, Nicole Ellison, and Aaron Smith, our HBF president.
I'm gonna go first since we're the little money and they're the big key.
Okay.
It all counts.
It all counts. As the women's club said, every cent counts.
And I believe that you have a presentation that we are going to display.
Little slide deck. So, hi everyone. I'm so excited to be here tonight in front of all of you. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Nicole Ellison, incoming PTO president for this year. And I'm super, super excited to be leading this organization for our schools. It's going to be super fun. And I'm just going to go over kind of where we ended this year with our financials and do a little review of our budget process. All right, so our budget is supported by our previous year's fundraising, and we have allocations for each of our school sites. The money for each of our school sites is allocated for assemblies, our disaster prep, PE and playground equipment, field trip transportation, many, many fun things, teacher stipends for after school sports and lunch clubs. We also have a directed budget that's allocated specifically for the PTO to fund things such as 8th grade graduation, our fun field days that all the kids love, middle school honor roll breakfasts, our school directory, volunteer appreciation, staff appreciation, and we also allocate money to our operating expenses as well. Slide. We do also provide allocations for teacher grants. We provide one per grade level, and that typically funds curriculum subscriptions, counseling support programs, classroom supplies, books, PE equipment, and things like that. We do provide curriculum support across the district by funding Brain Pop, our social studies K-5 subscriptions, our Minute Math clinic stipends, and funding Young at Art supplies as well. Another really fun thing that we get to fund are special projects. And this is based on our reserve funds that we have at the end of the year. So some of our more recent special projects that we funded are our sports team uniforms or equipment for our special ed department. We did a Valley Library upgrade this year. We are helping to fund the Vista Library as it opens for the fall. We've also funded our marquees at all of our schools at View, Vista, and as you will hear tonight at Valley as well. We have supported Big Ideas contests in the past as well, and during COVID, our district Zoom licenses. Slide. All right. So this year was incredible. We raised over $255,000, which was the largest amount we've ever fundraised. We couldn't have done this without our volunteers, and especially our executive board members that are outgoing this year. We had 6 that are leaving, specifically Susie Carroll, Kelly Gutschall, Juliana Boyer, Diana Charlton, Lena Hansen, and of course, Becky Schulten, our outgoing president. So they were very instrumental in making this happen, but also every single one of our parent volunteers. They really helped contribute to this number. So thank you. Slide. All right, and a quick overview of our budget process. Our treasurer makes a general outline of our budget in March, meets with the principals and school site staff to go over their needs for the coming year. Our executive board approves it and votes on it, and then we also vote on it at our joint general meeting in June. And we're very, very excited for this coming school year because we have our largest ever special projects budget at $130,000. And we're very excited to spend that money as we transition to 3 school sites. Slide. Here's an overview of the last 5 years, as well as kind of where we're going for 2022-23. So like I said, we brought in $255,000 in revenue this year. We spent about $200,000. For next year, we're aiming to spend about $300,000. If that fundraising stays flat, that's what we will be able to do. And our reserve special projects budget, as you can see, is much larger than it ever has been in the past. We're very excited about that. Slide. So like I said, our fundraising was incredible. We raised $120,000 more than last year, but that's not really comparable, a good comparable year. But we go back to 18-19 when we were in school for a full year, and we raised $70,000 more than that year as well. We were able to execute all of our events this year. We didn't have any cancellations, which was really a miracle given the year that we had. And that helped to contribute to our large fundraising amount as well. And we're really excited about 3 school sites and having all of our volunteers execute programs at the 3 sites. And we're looking to find balance there as well. And we have 7 new members of our executive board. There are 13 members total. And we have a lot of parents that are new with younger students. So we have Andy Steinhoff, who is going to be our co-president, Rachel Kuppinger, Ryan Davis, Veronica Gather-Cole, Jeff Ackerman, Sandra Endo, and Kelly Mancuso. So a really great board. I'm sure you know some of those names and are familiar with them. And the last thing I wanted to say is for everybody that's watching is we really want you to be involved and volunteer, reach out, become a part of this community, and have a really good positive impact on our schools and community. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Are there any questions for Nicole? No questions. Thank you, Nicole, for coming. Your big debut. We look forward to an excellent and very exciting year ahead with the PTO.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone.
Good evening.
So I am Erin Smith. This has been the end of my first year, so it's been a privilege to be in this role to head the Hermosa Beach Education Foundation. Quite an honor, and it's been really nice to work with all of you and to feel the support of this community, the board, and the district, and our community at large. So I wanted to just start by thanking our outgoing board members. So we have 7 board members that are stepping off, and we're so grateful for all their contributions because it's been a whole team effort. Heather Babalal, Jennifer Buckspam, Ellie Fernandez, Ryan McDowell, Hema Miller, Belinda Oakes, Becky Schulten, our outgoing PTO president, and Monique Frenesh. They have all been great team members, and it's been a joy to work with them. And we, like Nicole said, we also have new board members who are parents of younger children. So we're happy to get everyone involved. And I was really excited that we put the call out there and people responded. So I love that, that response to volunteerism. So we are happy to welcome to the board for the coming year, Melena McCartney, Denny Lampy-Molesky, Serena Naramore, Kelly Russell, who's going to be our assistant treasurer, Shida Sadal, Kristen Stewart, who takes over the role of treasurer, and Noriko Zaw. So thank you and welcome to those board members. Next, I just wanted to report a little bit on our financials. I'm very excited and happy to report that at the end of the fiscal year, which closed on June 30th, the HBEF will be able to distribute a check to the district in the amount of $1,131,016.35. So I wasn't stressed when I took the job last year. Now I'm really stressed. Now that I know what we do, this is to repeat this. But anyway, I have to just call it. So the big drivers of that number comes on top of or is borne by net operating revenue, which was, let's see, net operating revenue was 1.23 million. And so the distribution is mostly comprised, I have to give a huge shout out to annual giving. Annual giving comprised $680,000 of the 1.131 million. So that is parents dedicated and committed to our mission and to really supporting the programs that HBF covers. So with that distribution to the district, we're able to cover counselors and STEM programs and the music programs, middle school electives, and small class sizes. These are really important things, and they really drive the excellence of this district, and they help build the character of our students. So again, a special shout out to all the parents who made a point to contribute to this year's annual giving drive. So that's a huge component of that 1.131 million. The next big driver, I want to call this out, it's our biggest fundraiser, is the Skechers Walk. We had more registrants than participants in the school. It's a matching program, and it raised $207,000 this year. So super impressive. And to get everyone behind that effort was just really impressive. And I'm so grateful to Skechers and to the community for getting behind that. The next thing I want to call out is sponsorship. Our businesses obviously have had a very hard time the last couple of years, but they stepped up again, and they supported this community, supported our schools, and sponsorship raised $176,000. So that is that's just, it really just warms my heart. It's a really nice commitment by them. And then our Hearts of Hermosa event came back this year after a couple of years, and we netted almost 100,000 there. That was a lot of work, a whole team effort, and the community came out and just had a blast. So that was amazing, and we were really happy to bring that back. So those are what comprise this money for the district, and we are able to put out of our general funds $85,000 into our endowment, which is a big deal because the endowment has taken some losses. So we're going to bolster that back up with money from our general fund. And with that, I just want to say thank you again for the privilege to be here and for working with you, and really for your support. Thank you for always being at my disposal with questions and helping me do this job. And I really appreciate it. So thank you for all that you do. And thank you to the community for all the support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for Aaron on this side? Good, good. All right, Aaron, thank you. Thank you to your team, Nicole and her team, and all the volunteers, all the donors. It really takes a community or a village to make this work. So thank you to all of them, and we look forward to another great and fantastic year. Expectations now. So,
Thanks, Doug, and thank you to our presidents. Very excited, very grateful that you're serving another year and a first year. Next, moving on, we have the next Steven Spielberg and Martin Scorsese in the house. So I like to invite up Jack and Maddox, who are our directors of the Be Safe, Be Smart e-bike safety campaign. Come on up, guys. We won't make you talk too much. So these gentlemen here are responsible for our e-bike safety video. This was a passion project, to say the least. If you haven't seen the final cut, you must see it. I prefer the director's cut myself, much more dramatic, a surprise ending nonetheless. But this was an ongoing effort involving our board member, Stephen McCall, a good portion of the Valley staff, the Hermosa Beach Police Department. And these two gentlemen here were the creative directors and doing it every step of the way. And they literally did it just because they love Hermosa. Like, so
reason enough.
Yeah, that is a really commendable effort. And again, it's a quality video. I am going to turn it over to Stephen, just allow him to say a few words too, because he was so involved in the project. But gentlemen, one, you are both exceptionally talented. I'm a big movie buff myself, so I'm excited to say one day I knew those guys. And then I just am on behalf, I think that you've also contributed to making our school and our neighborhood a safer place. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, Stephen, take it away.
You hear me? Or was it general, man? It's good. Just talk. All right, great. These gentlemen are brilliant. And when we approached about this project, it was about obviously making our community safer, our children safer. But it was about changing behavior. I think we all know there are certain things when you're riding a bike, but with e-bikes, wearing a helmet is even more important. So changing that behavior and changing the narrative within our community was so critical. And I think that looking at it through your lenses and the creative power that you brought to things is absolutely immense. I mean, we realized that we needed a campaign by students, for students. And by gosh, you came to the fore. Not only is there a brilliant epic movie, sort of compelling video, but when I was like, well, we also need this PSA, and we've got this amazing teacher, she can rap, can you do this other thing? And it just became this incredible campaign that built and built and built. I mean, it really was very powerful. We had other community members give an incredible speech, and our police departments and so forth. So probably more to come on that, because there's so much to the campaign. But before I go on any more, I was going to offer to you gents words from your end and how the process was.
I just want to say thank you for the opportunity for the project. I thought it was a lot of fun, and I learned a lot working with different people and different groups. And I was proud that I could create something that would benefit the community and make our community safer, and, everyone together on it. For students, by students. Great project.
That's awesome.
Take off the mask.
Sure.
Yeah, no, I had a great time doing this. It was really fun to work with everyone involved in the campaign. It was a long journey, but it was really fun. I think we got to make some really great stuff, and yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and I would say the quality of there's a few things I could keep on going because these guys are really impressive. But this is a campaign that we'll build. I mean, this is not just a one and done. It's something that we can use again for next year. It's something that we've got additional ideas on. Jack, you're going off in the next stage of your career and life on to school. Maddox, I might be giving you a call soon because we're sort of the next things. But what fills me with such pride, just as a community member, is seeing we stand by this ethos and our mission of thrive K through life, and seeing our students at high school coming, giving back, making such a dramatic impact. It was absolutely fantastic. So thank you for all the work you've done and may do in the future. So
The
well done.
Thank you, guys.
the
Appreciate it.
the original was so good that now we need the sequel. And then I think what we're really getting at is we kind of want to be mentioned in the Oscar speech. I mean, like, so if you could, what we'd like to do is we have certificates for you, and Doug, the board president, and I would like to come down and just take a photo with you, just so we can also tell people that we knew you when you're famous.
Proof. Different. Mhm. Yeah, well done.
All right. Doug, that
All right.
concludes our announcements.
Concludes our announcements. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Well done. Happy
Well
to have
done. Yes. Enjoy the sun. Yes. We look forward. Look forward. Thank you, everybody. All right, we are going to move on to public communications. Public comments from the audience to the board in person. Members of the audience may address the board on any topic regardless of whether it is listed on the agenda. However, the board may not discuss issues raised that are not listed on the agenda. Topics not on the agenda that are brought to the board's attention may be investigated by the administration and report made to the board, either publicly or privately at a future meeting. Comments from visitors shall not exceed 3 minutes per individual speaker unless waived by a majority of all members of the board. Do we have any public comments in the room? Seeing none, we will close the in-person public comment. Christine, do we have anybody on the Zoom or the phone in virtual public comment land?
We don't have anybody in virtual comment.
All right,
land.
we will then close public comment and move on to written communication. I'll start on the written communication, and we received one that I think came from to everyone from Suzanne Evans about an update to the Hermosa Valley Dune restoration. Are there additional written communications, Quinn? Anything you, Jen?
I just have one from Sonia, I think it's Park. How do you say it? Parik, just about school safety.
Thank you. Stephen, anything else from your end?
I received the same. That was it.
All right, perfect. Thank you. That's it for written communication. We'll move on to superintendent update.
Thank you, Doug. I'd first like to start off with some sad news. On Sunday, Lynn Gonzalez passed away. She was an instructional assistant with the district for a very long time. She also served as a board member, in the very chairs that you're in. And she had her own children go to these schools as well as her grandchildren. Lynn was beloved not just by the staff and the students, but also by her community. She was very active in her church, which I know many of our residents attend. And it is with very great sadness that, you know, we have lost one of our own. We've actually weathered COVID without tragedy. And so to lose someone at this point in time is tough, especially someone who's as loved as Lynn. I got to know Lynn briefly, and she was a total class act from the moment I arrived. She was one of the first people I actually met when I came into the district in person, because she was one of the first people to report in person for work, because when we brought back our students with special needs. And I remember things come back to you, right? That she was, like excited to be there. She was, first in line. And now after passing and talking with staff members and such, remembering her, that's Lynn Gonzalez. She was first in line for her community. I've, heard a lot of stories now at this point. So I just want to acknowledge her. I also want to acknowledge that Derek is at our board meeting. Derek is her son. And we spoke today, and he is here in order to support his mother as well as the district and grieving for her. And I would like to just offer a moment of silence in memory of Len Gonzalez, beloved board member, employee, as well as resident. Thank you. I know that the family is working on details for services and support. And we're working with the family, so we'll provide more information as it becomes available. And again, just a big thank you, Lynn, wherever you are. I mean, like this district and the city owes you a debt of gratitude.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to follow up with feels like it's been forever, but not too long ago, we had a successful promotion. It went really well. We did it another year outdoors, huge success. It was Jessica, our Principal Bledsoe's first, and thought it went off really, really well. Big kudos to the team, the PTO volunteers. Just that's a massive undertaking. And it was just a really nice day. Quentin and I both got sunburnt, and we'll have to figure out something about that. I'll bring sunscreen for both of us next time. Next, the board workshop is fast approaching. It'll be on Wednesday, July 20th at the Hermosa Vista Library. That is an in-person event, so to attend, you do need to attend in person. And we'll have chairs set up. It's going to be a beautiful evening in the Hermosa Library. So if you're interested in learning a little bit about what's going on with our district and our planning looking forward for 22-23, we invite you to attend. And then finally, the ribbon cutting ceremony at Hermosa View on time at 1 p.m. Our guest invites will go out, I believe, by the end of this week. And there is a general invite to the entire community. There's no restrictions now at this point. So we're telling everybody to come on down. We feel a little cheated with the Hermosa Vista opening. We had to limit it. So we're inviting everybody down, and this is not just the completion, the ribbon cutting of Hermosa View. It's also the completion of Measure S. A big kudos to the board, the community of Hermosa Beach, and the staff. I mean, like, for navigating this. I'd like to give a shout out just because she's always here. Nancy Bartolo, our construction manager. There'll be a lot of nice things said about Nancy over the next 2-3 months. But one thing I have to point out is, when Nancy signed on for this project, she signed on for 2 years. It's been 6. So Nancy is ending employment with us. I mean, like, and I'm not quite sure. I don't know what to do. I can barely screw in a light bulb. So So we're just really grateful to Nancy, and I just even, colleague to colleague, but also a friend. And that concludes my superintendent update. Thank you, Doug.
All right, no problem. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We move on now on to board reports. There's one here for President Bove LaMonica, who is absent this evening. So we will postpone the CSBA update and board president report, but I'll check with the rest of the board. Quentin or Jen, any board reports?
No, my board update will be the equity and inclusion update. So it's not really, don't need to repeat it.
Perfect. Stephen, good. All right, closing board reports. We will now move on to superintendent report and board discussion, starting with R-01-2223, the tri-agency report.
Test. It's the Jason show tonight, if you haven't checked your agenda. Okay, so thank you, board. I'd like to start off by introducing our results of our tri-agency meeting. Just a little conversation format. Previously, the tri-agency meeting was between Beach Cities Health District, the City of Hermosa Beach, and the school district, and they met once a year annually with their respective boards and staff. What we found was the disruption of COVID, as well as that aligning the schedules of all of those people made the meeting very difficult to schedule. Yet we wanted to meet, and we wanted to be an effective meeting to coordinate. And we've really worked hard to, especially our relationship and synergy with the city. So we changed the format to be board president or mayor or board. It's a board of directors at Beach City's Health District, as well as one or two of their staff members that are on the executive level. This has been really fruitful in collaboration. Thank you to Steve McCall, because he was a big proponent of making these tri-agency meetings go forward. And so we've this year held two. And we tonight are presenting on all the progress that has been made on this collaboration. I think you're going to see some pretty tangible results from this new format and just from the efforts of all these agencies to work together. Slide. As you know, everything that we do is tied to our three goals. The big part of this work that we do with the tri-agencies covers all of these items, particularly in the areas of student wellness, student achievement, as well as that there are a lot of financial undertakings between these three agencies. Beach City's Health District alone through COVID took on a substantial cost on the behalf of the district. And it's, beyond gratitude. It's hard to imagine how we would have navigated it without them. Slide. So here are what we decided last year was to focus on the area of youth safety across the three agencies. There's a lot of work that we do that is beyond just that focus, but for the purpose of our collaboration within these meetings and setting goals, these were the three areas that we wanted to focus on as related to youth safety. Slide. In the area of personal safety, our district, as well as our agencies, wanted to double down on social emotional wellness. What you'll see at each of these slides is what I shared was one poignant stat that was important to the work that we're doing together. And then what you'll see is areas of findings and cooperation, and then our opportunities for growth. I won't highlight them all, but I just want to acknowledge that, some of the areas that we're working on, such as we have been working with all three agencies on our run, hide, distract preparedness, or a potential intruder drill in preparation for an emergency response. Additionally, we're working with the tri-agencies. This is gonna be fun. We're planning on a fall wellness festival involving the city as well as Beach City's Health District. And this is out of our Wellness Council. And so we're looking forward to that collaboration with the Chamber of Commerce and such. Slide. In the area also of personal safety, we have worked hard to tackle substance abuse. As I'm sure anyone that lives in the beach cities knows. There is some substance abuse problems within our community, particularly among our youth. And so we were, the great Sylvia Gluck over here, the Gluckster, she writes a two-pay grant, and she heads this effort working with Beach City's Health District. We've collaborated with the city in order to navigate the cannabis ordinance and the initiative that was on the ballot. And so we participated in the committee that was doing research on how the city should handle that. We are looking as areas of growth is to continue to work closely with South Bay Families Connected, and really just to put out information. We want to work hard, especially now we're coming out of COVID, on parent information nights. I had the opportunity, though it wasn't about substance abuse, but it's about social media. And as we've learned from working with Chief LeBaron, these things are very tied. But we hosted a South Bay Families Connected event. It was wonderful. So we're looking to do more of those opportunities in our immediate Hermosa Beach, and we are a central location among our beach cities. So we think we make for a good facility to do it. Slide. In the area of community safety, we really looked to tackle, I would say, two pretty difficult areas, and they came out of COVID. In Hermosa Beach, the thing that I think is very unique about our city is that our kids really do walk and ride the streets. More so than any community I've ever been in. I've grown up in the South Bay area. In a 1 square mile city, there are kids everywhere. And that is a blessing, but it's also a risk. And so when our students started returning to school, we realized that all these students were suddenly showing up with e-bikes, and no one knew what the heck they were. Mm-hmm. And so we immediately set to work with our stakeholders, such as Hermosa Beach Police Department, the city itself, as well as Beach City's Health District, in order to find information and then to try to do something. I really, again, credit to the board, Steve McCall, for taking the initiative and running with it to put out information and education, working with HBPD, just to educate people about what the risks are. We really do feel like many people in our community just don't realize the danger that's involved. We've spoke about the campaign, so I will leave it at that, though it is this tremendous effort between all three agencies. It was great to see the assembly. The other project that we worked on that stemmed from an incident that occurred a year ago is about homeless education and support. We have a population of unhoused people in our community that have lived in our community for a long time. They are tracked, and agencies like Harbor Interfaith work closely with them. It is an area that I personally find, very important for the city that we live in, Los Angeles. And so we set to work wanting to do something, in order to educate our students and also to create more awareness of our students that, who are these people and how can we, live with people that are homeless in our community safely, and with compassion. So we had a great assembly led by Harbor Interfaith that was interactive and gave great information. They did a Kahoot, and where the students would answer a question, that is kind of like a myth type question, and then they would give the facts behind it. And so next we're going to continue that collaboration going into next year, and this is all coordinated with Harbor Interfaith and through the city, because the city is actually going to open up a homeless port in Hermosa Beach to provide better support and services for people with these needs in our community, as well as Harbor Interfaith is going to come out and they're going to do a follow-up assembly in the fall, and it's going to be someone who was homeless as a youth, and just to provide that greater empathy piece while also providing education. And then we look to work with ASB for action about how can our students contribute to a solution. So we're really looking forward to that. It's for sure a passion project, and it's pretty cool to see it get off the ground. We're very, very excited. Slide. Actually, sorry, if you go back, I just want to point out something. The second stat there, the nearest shelter to Hermosa Beach is 16 miles of 40 beds. I just want to point out that when we went to try to create questions for the assembly, that I went to ASB and I wanted them to create the questions that would be asked of students to educate them on. And then we talked about what are some things you wonder about? And a student asked this question. He said, well, what's the closest shelter to Hermosa Beach? And I just if you had been in the room and you heard some of the poignant questions and suggestions by students, you would just be wowed. So I thought that was a very interesting stat, and that wondering comes from a student. Slide. Okay, so this is a big chunk of our collaboration with Tri-Agency has been COVID for this year. We are coming out of this collaboration. And next year we look to move our testing from Beach City's health district, moving towards antigen-based testing. This seems to be the direction that many districts are going to. I think that tests are now available in our community. It's not been an issue, but we are ourselves going to have antigen tests and just move in that direction rather than the active PCR testing through Beach City's health district. Though we have had outbreaks, as you see there in the month of May, we've been very successful. All of our outbreaks were closed out by the end of the year. Our case rate continues to be substantially lower than the county as a whole. Yes, there is an increase of cases in the county, but we feel confident with the safety procedures we have in place and with the work of our community, particularly the vaccination rates in our community, that we continue to be able to move forward safely. Slide. This is a major chase for us this year and an area we want to grow when it comes to social media safety. Chief Paul LeBaron is actually I like to mess with them, but nationally recognized social media educator. He really does do presentations across the state and the nation. And I have seen bits of them, and it is very good. He's a great speaker. So we are looking for speakers like Chief LeBaron and others to continue to provide parent and, more importantly, right now, student education. This was Dr. Don Grant. His video is currently available on South Bay Families Connected. That's what I love about that resource. So Connected, I highly recommend it. It's funny because I've said, I told him I didn't even agree with everything he said, but it was so thought provoking, and I liked it for that reason. That it really challenges some of your assumptions and some of my beliefs. And I think I think that this is an area, and I think Jen Cole has brought it up as well too, where the school need to figure out a way to be better. And that's a project that we're going to work on this year and take head on. Slide. Thank you. I want to give just a major shout out to Suja Lowenthal, our city manager, as well as Tom Backley and Ali Stewart at Beach City's Health District, and their respective boards and councils. They have just been such champions of Hermosa schools. I just can assure you, because we work so much with them, these people care about our kids and our schools. I can't tell you how often I hear, especially from Beach Cities, hey, you know, we didn't forget about you. Like, we want to make sure that you're still front of the line. And our sister districts have done that for us as well too. Like, we were taken care of by our agencies during these tough times. So just a major shout out to the tri-agency process and our agencies that support us. Thank you. Any questions?
Sure. Thank you. Any questions for the superintendent? Quinn? Jen?
I just want to first say thank you, Jason, and Stephen, to kind of getting the tri-agency meeting really going again. And I feel like it actually has like some meat to it now, and like some real substantial things that we're doing. I did have a question on the social media front, or just like a comment. I had heard something to just follow up on, that Manhattan Beach Middle School has a social media literacy program that they're running, potentially. Something to look into.
I'll look into that.
All right. Thank you, Stephen.
No, just huge appreciation. I don't think many other districts work as closely with our partners as we do, and I think the community benefits. So thank you for the work.
Yes, thank you. We move on now to R-02-2223, the Equity and Inclusion Update and Action Plan.
Thank you, board. This is for this year, the final equity and inclusion update that are trimester based. It's been quite the road. I'm really proud of the work that we've done. I want to give a big shout out to Maggie and Jen in particular, who were part of the resolution, as well as the resolution for the Equity and Inclusion Task Force, which they also served on and conducted every 2 weeks during the middle of COVID, which was a major task. This is a culmination of 2 years worth of work and a continuation, because also within this presentation is the action plan for next year. Just as far as format goes, I'm going to review just a few items from the 12 objectives that were completed at the end of the year. The reasons that I'm skipping some is because they've been completed and they were reported on the last session, and then introduce the equity and inclusion action plan for the 22-23 year, which is recommended by the Equity and Inclusion Committee from our June meeting. Slide. In summary, there you see, we feel that our 12 objectives for this year were met. We did evolve some of them during the course of the year, but we can say, I think proudly, that we worked on and completed all 12. Just something, the question that will come up, and I encourage people to review our website, is like, what is the Equity and Inclusion Initiative? And I think it really boils down to this: academic intervention, social emotional health, and cultural responsiveness. I mean, are our kids that need to achieve, are we supporting them? Are all of our students experiencing wellness and health? And are we meeting students where they're at? Are we teaching students the best way that they learn in the classroom? And then, what you see is some evolutions in the themes going into the 22-23 next year. We're really focusing on community leadership, a data-driven approach for all that we do. Now we've built a strong base of data, wellness, and academic, and then focusing on an achievement and wellness for all of our students. Slide. There is a breakdown of the 12 objectives in the areas for them, going from the committee to building assessments, having data and data tracking, and the actions that support. Slide. This is objective 1, which was the Equity and Inclusion Committee. We did have our final meeting in June. I believe we had 10 or 11 meetings. Sorry, 11. It's right there. And just a big thank you to all those people that were part of that work. Jen Cole also served on the committee. In the last meeting, we finalized the 22-23 action plan, and then we had discussion about the process of selection for the committee next year, which will be, again, an application process and open to all parent stakeholders and staff and students. Slide. These are the results of the Fmp benchmark. This was definitely a learning year for us. We did see variations, like in our scores. We think that is more so due to our teachers learning the assessment and how to accurately provide the assessment. This board is aware from previous workshops and goal presentations that we plan to invest more in our Fmp coaching and support and time for our teachers to make sure that the reading assessments that are placed in the hands of teachers and students are accurate and meaningful. Slide. This is the final results, which is updated now, of the equity dashboard, and all of our data is up there. We're still the only district that I know of, that has such a comprehensive, transparent data that is posted publicly, since there is no California dashboard at this point with updated data. Big shout out to Sylvia and her team of one for this being the brainchild. She's definitely the architect behind it. And I just want to also acknowledge that we are in contention for the Golden Bell Award for this. So we're looking forward to that. We submit our application and we're going to win. Slide. All right. Here is our SST redesign. For those that are unfamiliar, a student success team is when the school team and parent come together in order to review the progress of a student who seems to be struggling, whether it be academically, behaviorally, or social emotionally. This is the totals from the year. We are trying to build trend data to understand, where is the need? And how consistent is that year to year? And what are the outcomes of us supporting students? Our goal, right, is that a student doesn't need an IEP in order to get support. And so we're going to continue to, as the mantra this year was to build that baseline of data, and now to start to move forward and create norms in our practice, but that's rooted in data. Slide. This is the equity and inclusion professional development that we conducted with Dr. Orange. And we had our concluding session on April 2022. We did take feedback from the staff, and the recommendation staff gave was they would like to take the next step and either do things that are more implementable in the classroom. That's probably not a word, but I'm using it. And also see tangible examples. In order to help guide them. This is just hot off the presses, but I talked to Dr. Orange today and had a great conversation. She's a highly sought after person, but she does love Hermosa. Yeah. I really mean it. She likes our story and she likes Hermosa. And I won't lie, I think she likes me too. So I'm a big Dr. Orange fan. And so we're trying to figure out a way in order to continue to work together next year. We value our partnership with her. And so we've come up with an idea that we think that we can make it work and make it work within her schedule. And so she's currently considering. So keep your fingers crossed. Yeah, it's good stuff though. Good people. Slide. This is objective 10, our school-wide programs. These were some of the final monthly themes. We hope to continue. We are continuing this going into next year and continuing to develop it. Big shout out to our responsive practice specialists, Andrea Ager, Heather Myers, and Jen Cedarquist. Just lovely people. They work super hard and created great products to share with our teachers and build our resources out. We have a Google folder with various resources that teachers can push, and we're going to keep on building that out as well too. So huge thanks to them. Slide. Our communications procedure. So this was one that I would say we evolved over the course of the year, and thanks to the committee for continuing to us to talk it through. And so what we've moved towards is equipping our teachers to support crisis response and also support of students, in the event of a tragedy, and that can come in so many different forms in the modern world. Do our teachers feel comfortable and have the capacity to be able to support our students in guiding them through whatever that is and creating safe spaces in their classroom? We've also, obviously, the events in Uvalde have challenged us to once again look at school safety and our preparedness. So we're continuing to work with our partners, including HBPD, ASKIP, as well as our fellow school districts, in order to do review this summer. And we will be presenting to the board, hopefully in August. We have started to schedule out dates. So we want to make sure what we present is comprehensive. So we'll continue to look at that date, but we have a lot of meetings scheduled over the course of the summer for campus reviews. Slide. Okay, so I'm moving forward to the Equity and Inclusion Action Plan for 22-23. We went from 12 objectives to 10 objectives. That is not because we're doing less. It really is that like we're taking that next step and consolidating some of the work that we're doing and moving beyond it. Also, I think that just simple is better. It's more easy to communicate and it can achieve the same thing. So this year we're focused on community leadership, data-driven, and achievement and wellness for all. Slide. Objective 1 is we'll continue the Equity and Inclusion Committee. There you see part of the action plan to do so. It'll follow the same structure. One of the things to highlight that the committee will consider is doing a culminating project. We do desire to do mural projects with our students, alumni, as well as a partner, Indivisible Arts. And so we discuss as the committee, as part of their work, that a culminating project in order to create that investment of the committee would be to collaborate to do a mural by the end of the year, coordinate a mural by the end of the year. God knows you don't want me painting a mural. Slide. We are continuing to focus on the Fmp Benchmark Assessment. We really believe that Fmp is the gold standard of reading assessment, and our teachers' understanding of how their students read and where their areas of need are will contribute to better instruction. Here are all the various plans of action in order to support those efforts. Thank you to the board for continuing to support that and invest in things such as a coach, release days to do the assessment, as well as grade level collaboration times so that teachers can compare their practice in order to set standards and norms. Slide. Oh, just to highlight as well too, from feedback from the committee, we are going to be doing a parent information letter and a video that's kind of like a down and dirty explanation, or less is more type of communication. So I just want to thank the committee for that feedback. We're part of the value of the Fmp is parents understanding and being able to contextualize their students' performance. Slide. This is the Panorama Assessment. We are going to do the Panorama Assessment only one time this school year. And what we're trying to do is we take 3 what we call climate measures during the course of the year. One piece of feedback was that we were over surveying, which is good. It was good learning, right? We took a lot of data because we were worried about the impact of COVID and understanding what the needs of our community were. And now we recognize that it's time to be more intentional about those surveys. So that we'll have the Panorama survey, the California Healthy Kids survey, and the Net Promoter survey, but those will be spaced out for each trimester. Slide. The Benchmark Assessment. So we're moving towards further articulating, our academic assessments. Our staff did a great job in moving forward with iReady, as well as the Fmp. But now we want to make sure that our assessments are aligned to standards and that there's a norm that is vertical and across grade level. Particularly, we're looking in the middle school level for core subjects. Is a 6th grade assessment benchmark at an English language arts the same or similar format, or at least vertically aligned with a 7th grade English language arts benchmark is a vertically aligned with an 8th grade benchmark. So are these assessments communicating with each other? So can we clearly see a student's building of knowledge from grade level to grade level, and so that we can see the impact that we're having, on beyond things just like the iReady assessment, right, which is just a norm-based test. So, our goal for academics, as the board is aware, is a 3 to 5% growth in achievement. And we believe that these types of practices are what's going to get us there, because it's establishing a further consistency of what our expectation is of students. What is success, what is standards-based mastery, and not waiting just until the end of the year when they take the CASP assessment to understand what that outcome is. Slide. I won't go too deep. This is the equity dashboard. We're continuing it and we're in the contention for that golden bell. Yeah, look at those sequins there in the back. It looks nice.
Beautiful.
Yeah, slide. We will be continuing forward with our professional development and culturally responsive practices. Again, I won't go too deep because I highlighted about what we're trying to do with UCLA Center X. And then we continue to also take data on the performance of that professional development. At the end of each professional development, we ask staff to participate in a survey. And then we also do our annual professional development survey with staff as well too. Slide. The responsive campuses, this is our monthly themes. I mean, like, and trying to really embed our equity and inclusive practices into the culture of the school. Some of the things, you mean, like, that is indirectly related is Principal Blesso and Lisa Tanita are working hard to implement a positive behavior intervention system. I think that's just great practices that goes school wide. But we'll continue to, we are really hoping to bring back our responsive practice specialists, and we're going to continue to build out that resource, right? So that, like, we have a library of resources, I mean, for our teachers that builds year to year that we can pull from. I also just want to highlight as well too that, you know, part of these initiatives do overlap, you know, with the tri-agency. Like, there's the bike safety video. I mean, like, and we really do believe that these things are intertwined with each other. And, you know, creating a, you know, a culture responsive campus includes, I mean, like, things such as an awareness of safety in our community. Slide. This is our trauma support goal. This is the evolution of the bias response procedure and the direction that we're headed in order to build the capacity of our staff to respond to crisis. And it's broad, but we think it's important, and it's something that should be attached into our equity and inclusion goals because it's about the wellness and health of students. And that's very much aligned within that goal. There you see is a litany of training that we plan to put forward, some of the things we're doing, some of the things that we want to do. And we're hoping to move forward with practices such as looking forward, you know, the 3 to 5 year plan, you know, restorative practices, you know, morning meeting circles, and again, continue to just build that culture. I mean, like, that is nurturing to our students, but also safe. And I do think that these things, you know, go high and, you know, low, however you want to put it, where you have, you know, things such as basics like stop the bleed training. I mean, like, all the way to, you know, culture responsive practices and how you would conduct, I mean, like, a morning circle, especially after the event of a tragic event. I think it's all interrelated. I know we expect a lot of our staff and our teachers, but these things are coming no matter what. So really it's just a matter of whether we're prepared for it. But the events themselves are happening. Slide. This was and will continue to be a big thing that now we're just calling it out. That, you know, as a district and as a practice, I mean, like, we want to move as a team towards small group instruction. That does not mean that is the only mode of instruction, but it is an instructional theme that we'd like to continue to support our staff with. We invested in the level literacy intervention, which is the intervention created by the same company that does the Fmp reading assessment. It is fantastic and is research based, and I've personally seen it create substantial gains in students who participate, but it's centered around just a simple good practice, small group instruction. So we are looking at things such as supporting our students with special needs through a general elementary master schedule so that our support providers can better provide resources and support to students. We're engaging in practices such as from the Wellness Council, my safety net mapping or relationship mapping, in order to target smaller groups of students that are in need. And then we're continuing our COVID supported response programs that now we're building into our budget and into our plan, such as after school intervention, the student academic support class, as well as air tutors. There's a big trend in research that shows that school agencies that invested in small group instruction and personalized tutoring showed greater gains and the mitigation of learning loss during COVID than other districts. So it's proven, it's research based. We're headed in that direction, and quote, I'm using Jen a lot today. It's a movement. It's not a moment. You mean like, like this is an instructional theme that we are headed towards and supporting our staff to, but we are calling it out. Small group instruction. That's where we want to go. Slide. As another theme, this is an area of exploration. We have recognized that we've created a lot of data around our students, and we are now engaged in exploring how, as a school, to invest more in personalized learning. Sylvia Gluck said, and I think it's an interesting thought, but like where, every student has an individualized education plan, not just students with special needs. And the reason being is that like all students, whether accelerated, like middle of the road, at risk, students with social emotional needs, students that are social butterflies, like they all are individuals and they all have individual trajectories. And we're such a small school district, like, what can we do in like this TK8 continuum, to really create a plan for them as they move forward within the grade levels that is centered on them. Some basic steps that we've taken is we've created a data bank, right, where their individual student profile now will track their data year to year, that it's not just kind of lost annually, right? So as a teacher, you have the ability to see a student's trajectory and academic performance. What we want to do is we want to continue, though, to look at how can students set their own course. So what are those types of things? Well, one is more student agency or student-led groups. I know that Principal Bledsoe is working with her team about expanding student clubs. I am going to be participating next year in creating, I was doing it informally with the ASB, but what I like to do next year is have a student advisory council, superintendent advisory council that's for students. And so it would be centered on students at the middle school, but also purposely trying to have a diversity of students that I meet with at minimum on a monthly basis in order to hear feedback and ask questions about what their experience is in school. And then moving forward, this will be on, we have a leadership assessment that all of us on the leadership team participate in, and for those that are evaluated, and this will now be part of our evaluation as well of how we're moving forward and exploring this area in order to move our school in this direction. Slide. Thank you, and now I'll take questions.
All right, thank you very much, Superintendent. Are there questions? Quinn? Jen?
That's good. Thank you, Jason.
Yeah, I just want to thank you. I know, we all kind of started a ball rolling, but you've really taken it and kind of really ran it this year. So I really appreciate all the effort you and just sharing it with the staff and getting everyone, getting a lot of buy-in and making things happen. I think it's been great. It's been really awesome, Jason. Great job. I did have one question on, I just think it's not even a question, it's just a comment. Personalized learning, I believe, is like a real differentiator for our district. And I feel like that is just the way all education should be going, because that's what kids are getting on their devices. That's what that is how they learn. So I think as long, we just have to keep up with them.
Yeah.
So I don't think that is happening as much in other bigger districts around us as I think we could provide here. So I'm excited to see where that goes next year and in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. Stephen?
Double down on what Jen said, but also just thank you to Jen and the time and the committee members who meet, because there's a lot of having that public oversight. Like you said, there aren't other districts, not only sort of putting that district level oversight to this, as well as the rigor and the depth. It's really impressive. And I'm excited for where this is going. So thank you.
Yeah, no, I tripled down on what everybody said. This has been a board directive and will continue to be as we get to the goals going forward of importance to this district. And Jason, you really have run with this tremendously. So thank you for all you're doing and continue to do in this area.
Thanks. Team effort.
All right, moving on. R-03-2223 school site artwork.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Eileen Levin. I am the communication specialist for the district, and I'm coming back from our March 9th presentation to provide you with a follow-up. I was tasked with the question of what would the function of the artwork be. Slide. So just to kind of go back and relook at what we had at the time. We have our logo. We have the three school artworks to look at. They were all created by Paul Kidd, who provided us with these three options. Next. So one of the questions you said that you really liked the PTO artwork that they have on their spirit wear. So because I was PTO president back in the day, 2010s, I had access to those old photos. So that's kind of where we had at that back then. And then as you can see, it's just progressed. And they do such an incredible job, as Jen mentioned at the meeting, of always consistently reinventing themselves. I know they have some new new items coming out this year. And I was not going to ask them for it because I know that's going to be a whole presentation on their end, but we're excited to see it. But that's just to kind of look back to, what you had mentioned. Slide. So currently, this is where I didn't look at where is our logo, our district logo being used. And this is primarily what I found. You have our letterhead, but a lot of it is more on the digital end, but we do have the paper copies as well as the business envelopes. Note cards and business cards is probably what you see it most in our district, but certainly you see it when we present our presentation slides, our flyers, our social media posts. I'm constantly putting it on there as well as agendas. Slide. So then I said, okay, where, you said, what have we been using? Why do we need this? Well, here we go. So I went to each school site and I wanted to see, how are you currently using it? As you can see, they're really not. The only thing I found was that certificate. Stephen, you had mentioned about HBS, and you can see it prominently on the whole Vista Pass, but it's not used anywhere. And so that's what I was able to find. Not much. Slide. So what were some of the functional usage that we looked to if we were to move forward with the current three dolphins? We can use it on invitations. We could use it when we're doing our social media posts, so we can tag what school, especially now we're going to be branding into, we're going to be moving into 3 schools. The bell schedule is actually something that our principals didn't know that we hadn't accepted it yet. And so they put it on there and I said, no, it's not accepted. They're like, oh, okay. So, but I thought it was a good way to present to you. That's how they've already thought to use it. Slide. And so these are some of the ways when we did our 3 designs, what our graphic designer provided to us. Not the website, but you can get an idea. I went ahead and I added it in there to give you an idea what it would look like to differentiate the websites. Otherwise, what we're moving forward with is just the school name. But we could certainly make our note cards we definitely need letterhead, and we can do that as well as digitize for them as we see that's more commonly used, and also being eco-friendly. Slide. And so I just went ahead and I thought, where else could you possibly see it? And you can see it on awards, you can see it on event programs, and so many other places, especially on the badges, which we haven't used before. So again, just trying to brand each individual school. But those were some ideas. And slide. And now I open up to questions.
Thank you, Eileen. I'll open it up to the board. I'll start on this end. Stephen.
Thanks. Eileen, well done. The context is really helpful to see. So thanks for doing the due diligence and stuff on that. That's great. And I say, just as a broad thank you for all that you've done with communications to evolve and our impact with the community, spotlight our great programs, our teachers, our students, all that. So it's immense. Everything you're doing, thank you. I think the website, social media, emails, I can read my email on my mobile device, which is quite, it's the small things in life, I think when I look specifically at those logos, and I don't know quite sort of maybe how you want the conversation to go here, because there's a question I've got. There was feedback given at the previous meeting, where I probably still have some like nips and tucks or reservations or concerns or thoughts, and maybe just in the future, how if you present things, it's like there was a question I think from Quentin about process and like options and things like that, which helps then contextualize which direction to go in. So there's that piece of it, but it broadly, I can get into specifics on the logos, but I think it also opens up to your point, like just more broader evolution of our marketing. I think that no one says HBCSD. No one says they go to HBCSD. So like we have really beautiful district level branding. We now have great, I think you're getting to a really nice place, although there could be some stuff on school site emblematic sort of designs which can be used in context in the right way, helps them. And then, you know, I think there's broader things about how we evolve our school branding to make it stronger. We are the only school district with, you know, that is a one sort of school system across 3 sites, Hermosa schools, HVS. How do we sort of just evolve that thinking, and our social media handles being a bit easier for sort of getting and things like that? So I you know, great directionally, keep going. I can come back to my thoughts on the specifics of the logos, but that's sort of just broad direction and thoughts.
Thank you. Jen?
Definitely helpful. Thank you. Well, I second what Stephen said. We talked earlier just about you today and just how much we appreciate the marketing efforts you've done, because I can equate what you've done to, you know, more students in our school district, which helps all of our schools. So we really appreciate all the work you have done. It's like people, you know, underestimate marketing, I think, a lot. And this is a really great example of how marketing dollars actually really help a school district. That's just on a big picture level. So thank you. On the logos, it definitely helps me to see how it could be used. And I think it is definitely wise for us to have a 3 system type of thing. I'm now on board with that part. I probably am not on board with the dolphins. So I just will have to get to, maybe I could see a couple more versions of dolphins, or we can go through that, but I don't want to spend too much time on dolphin shaping, but I think that's my biggest concern is like, I just don't like the way the dolphins look, but that's an opinion. Advertising is very subjective, but I think the idea behind having a 3 system approach is a good idea.
Brandon?
Agree with that. I think somebody made a comment last time about it looking like maybe we were running aquariums or something. I can't remember. Anyway.
Actually, just
yeah, on the one hand, it seems like not you know, a funny thing to get tied up in, but I think some of these symbols actually, you know, they represent us, they get noticed, they create like instant sort of attachment or not. And so I think it's worth fussing a little bit over these kinds of details, but I'll defer to my more advertising savvy and marketing savvy colleagues to lean in on those topics. But thank you. I agree with them.
Let me lean in a touch then. I mean, like just we mentioned last time, like just the value. I mean, I love that it's Hermosa and schools, like, you know, that's the bold, and then it contextualizes it with the different schools. But I'm also thinking it's also on the agenda tonight. We've got our marquees. And like if the Vista school has a marquee, which is already built, it's outside Vista with 2 dolphins on it, why does this one have 1 dolphin? I know I'm getting into the minutiae of how many dolphins do we have on buildings and how many dolphins do we have on emails, but like on certain level, they should be sort of the same. And then there's sort of just a tonal, we're an elementary school district. These are fun. I love that they're in sync with the branding of the district, but like it, you know, yeah, there's the finesse of, does it look like a dolphin or a whale? Is it too cartoony? Is it not? Like, is it better to go with more of the classic dolphins or not? Like, and I guess that's where process-wise last time coming and talking about, well, here's a range of options, 1, 2, 3, and your recommendation on that, or what have you. But that's just, that probably then gets into you finessing these things, or there being a subgroup around this and what have you. So
I'll allow the board make comments, then I have recommendations.
Right. Do you have more specifics, Stephen?
No, I've made my point about the whale.
So good.
All right. I'll jump in and then Jason, I'll turn it back over to you. Recommendations. I was going to turn to you. How do you want to move this forward? So,
Yeah.
I'll quadruple say, Eileen, the job that you've done has been really impressive. I was commenting earlier, we see you everywhere, which is awesome. And that includes weekends and evenings and things like you've gone above and beyond. And as Jen said, we can see the difference. So thank you. I do really like them. I mean, I like the cartoony look. At the end of the day, maybe I have a different opinion, but we are an elementary school district, and that's kind of more associated with those types of things. So it works for me. I do kind of see Stephen's point of, because I've been a little bit involved because of my wife with the design of the marquees, and you and I kind of started that with the 1, 2, 3. I know there was some thought behind why one school has one has 2, one has 3. I'm not remembering exactly what that was off the top of my head, the reasons, but I know there was reasons. And so it would kind of make sense to try to jive that. That point I definitely understand and see. And I love how it kind of meshes together, but that would be my only like nitpicky kind of thing. And thank you for putting this all together. And the letterhead, I agree, there is definitely a need to differentiate the school sites, particularly now that we're going to 3 and those points. So Jason, I'll turn it over to you, and kind of what do you recommend as a next step to kind of hopefully close this out in the short term?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's going to happen that way, but
yeah.
But I did want to share feedback from Maggie, because we did have an opportunity to have a conversation, and she did share that I think her position is neutral. I think I'm not betraying Maggie by saying that Maggie is not a big fan of the dolphin.
Yeah, we know. At the end of the day, we are the Dolphins.
Maggie and your vacation, all good. She's not alone, by the way.
Robert Hecker, Mr. Hecker was, were we the rooster? Do we want to open that kettle of fish? No.
Okay. So, brother. Where Maggie though has expressed what gives her pause is that we are trying to brand ourselves as one school, and so moving in the direction of designating as 3 is, from a branding standpoint, could be problematic, particularly like using like staff badges. It's different. I agree with her that like staff badges should be the district emblem. We actually just have a model that came out today, which will be the district emblem. So there is Maggie's uses there. I do want to get away, and I understand the concern, but I want to get away from calling these logos. We have a logo. It is the district logo. We view this as extensions of the logo. That's why we use the same artist. And all the considerations that you're bringing up, I think are entirely valid. They are things that we, among just a few of us, kicked around, batted back and forth. And so from having gone through that process with this artist, I would recommend 2 things. One is I would recommend that the board allow us to use this artwork functionally this school year. One of the reasons I would say is that it is school-based artwork. In any other school district, a board would not approve school-based artwork. I understand we're small, and so it's different. I totally get that. But as you can see, if there is no artwork, then people will just use whatever they want. So I think it would be good to have something functional that we could provide to our site so that they can use it for functional purposes. I also believe that it is perfectly okay, and I don't think that we will lose anything on it by having the artwork evolve. If anyone follows, because I've been part of many school sites, if anyone follows any school site and its artwork, it tends to evolve at least every 2 years, where the logo will change. I challenge you to visit any elementary school site, especially elementary school, and you will see over the course of 10 years, probably about 10 iterations of the little lion. I had that little lion at Lincoln doing all kinds of crazy stuff. He was ice skating. He was all over the place. So I just would say that that we should view this artwork as evolving. And furthermore, I would suggest that if the board wants to have that level of input, right, for creative control, you mean like, I don't recommend that we try to accomplish it at a board meeting. The board should select representatives and they should work with Eileen and they should work with the artist. But even that, right, is still in a vacuum. You mean like, because it really is in the eye of the beholder. And that's where I do think that that is a much larger process where you put it out to survey, and that will take time. And at minimum, honestly, because schools are busy, it'll take at least a year. So I would just recommend that we move forward, utilize the artwork, but then with the acknowledgement that it is going to need to evolve and that we need to build some type of process around how we would go about that. And that would require board involvement by at least by representative, which is how we kind of approach a lot of our work. That would be my recommendation.
Thoughts from the board? Questions from the board? Jen?
I want to go with that, but I just am not sure why we can't ask the artist to give us a couple more versions of dolphins that don't look like whales. It is not a hard thing for this human to do. I just know it from experience. So if it is that we need to pay him something different and that's what his issue is and he doesn't want to go back and revise it, I just think it's not unreasonable for a client to ask for a couple different versions of dolphins. And I will go with it, Jason, if I can see a couple different versions of dolphins before I go with it, or we just take the dolphins off and we just put the words on.
What I would share is that we agree with you. In fact, we agree with you so much that we already did that. When we first got this artwork, we asked for more versions of dolphins, and our artist, I think it was at three versions, and the board has actually seen them as well too. They just kind of sucked. Yeah.
It's a dolphin. We can do better. I just don't buy that I just believe the person can make.
I mean, it's actually really good reference in the historic stuff. I mean, but the classic one that's on our certificate, the stuff that our HVPTO uses, the old dolphins, like at the bottom. So like there's some very classic, I think we're just saying that there's different forms. You can keep the tone and treatment either very playful, vibrant, or you could go more classic with that. But then at the heart of it, there's also certain, if we're going to go with 3 for view and 2 dolphins for Vista and 1 for that, then we should just be consistent. So if that's what you're going to evolve to or we're going to do, but you did raise an interesting point. Like, is Principal Tanita going to have, like, she's going to send out one email with one logo set to her one site and then another set to another? Is that?
The newsletter will be centered. So we'd have to talk to Principal Tanita how she'd want to handle that. But the principals have seen this artwork. They do like it. And we've also run that by them, and they are asking to have something functional to use.
Got it. Okay.
In relation to the iterations of dolphins, we can go back to the artist. He is very much an artiste. He will not talk by phone. We can only communicate via voice messages. I have begged him to talk to me by phone. So he does have, you'd appreciate him, Stephen, he has a British accent. He is in the UK. And so we communicate through very long descriptions.
You may want to use French.
I mean, is there, this is, has he sent us artwork that someone else can do that can look at different dolphins? It's just not complicated. This feels like we're making a really mountain out of a molehill here. Do we want to have another?
It's definitely not our intention to make a mountain out of a molehill by any means. We can go back and look at trying to create different iterations of dolphins within the logo. I cannot guarantee that will be ready before the beginning of school. I do need board direction though.
Yeah. Are there further thoughts, Quinn, with Jason's recommendation?
Can you just go back a couple slides so we can see these dolphins we're looking at?
Thanks. Christine, can we cue up the dolphins, please?
I also just don't, sorry, just to say, it's like, we talked about this in March, like it is July. It's like the guy can make a couple different iterations of dolphins. It's not hard.
I would not blame him. I would blame me. I've just been very busy between now and then. I apologize. Yeah, we haven't gotten to it. Sorry.
Okay. So then, Stephen, what are your thoughts on the superintendent's recommendation? Are you okay with it or no?
I mean, given the very limited use of it, I'm sort of reluctantly okay with it going, but I think there are certain things that we just need to align and evolve and in the future, look at different things, but I'm sort of, yeah. I don't know.
Okay, well, we get paid the big bucks to make decisions, so we need to make a decision.
Is there a have a cake and eat it too thing where, go ahead and use these, in the digital formats and stuff like that, but let's try to get some iterations done quickly so that, the versions that we don't love aren't out there too far, too long.
I mean, we've got 4 weeks as well. It's July. So like, I get it, beginning of school year, but not many emails are going out to parents until sort of later in August, I would have thought. So that gives us 4 weeks to at least see some conceptual, iterations of these versions. But again, I don't think parents will be too hung up on it. I mean, there's an element here of, do you take one of these? Do you just take the top one? Because that's got multiple dolphins, and you just use that one for all 3 sites, but with the differing view Vista Valley. And then once we figure out our marquees, which we'll get to later, then we go, you know what, I would approve number 1 because it's got 2 dolphins. That sort of works across our district. And, we can continue to think about these other aspects of our bigger HVS, Hermosa schools branding, etc. So that would be my, maybe move it forwards. But I think we've also got 4 weeks. And if we can get a message through to him and request, it'd be great to see some options.
Jen, Quinn, thoughts on that?
I think that's a good direction. I would say, I would be like, if you want my specific feedback, it would be, I would make the first one Hermosa Vista because there's already 2 dolphins. I would make the second one Hermosa View, and I would say make a skinnier dolphin on the valley and make the dolphin look a little more like the first dolphins and take the smile off the second dolphin. That's what I would do.
Is that the board's direction for the logo feedback?
We're trying to help you along here. But you're right. It's maybe not our, it's difficult at a board level on, on these things. We care deeply about the finesse of these things.
Absolutely.
But if not, then I would go with Stephen's recommendation of just using the first one and just using the different labels and not using the other 3 or other 2.
Quinn, you'll go with that?
Pick the top one, go with that for now, ask for some iterations by the end of the summer.
Or middle school, it's elementary and middle school. So it's like the top one's elementary, the bottom one's middle school. So you're using the top one for View and Vista. Just pick one. Okay.
We will do our best to meet the timeline. Just from my experience with the artists, I could not guarantee a timeline.
Okay. Do you have the direction that you need as a next step?
If any of you would like to record a voice message, and then we can send it to him as well too.
I'm happy to record a voice message, but I do have a question. Do we have to use this artist? Because he seems very difficult to work with, and we live in a town that has amazing graphic artists, so that can take these elements and make really easy changes. We should be working with someone locally.
We selected this artist based upon his work on our logo, and so I'd have to have an opportunity to discuss with Eileen the implications and going with a different artist. I'm not sure what those implications are. So the direction that I have is that you would like us to utilize the top logo for all 3 schools. And then as soon as possible, provide different iterations of the logos, and that Jen has volunteered to help us leave a voice message with the artist.
I believe that is where we are. Yes.
I believe so too.
Thank you.
Okay.
I would like to say a couple.
Yes, I do just want to take a second to all just to thank the board. I mean, like I do think this is not on Eileen. I definitely could have developed a better process for bringing the board in and developing this artwork, and I do recognize the importance of it. So, all the jokes aside, like, thank you. And I appreciate the board's patience with us. And we really will make a sincere effort to try to get feedback back as fast as possible via voice message. Eileen?
Etsy.
I hear, Stephen, what you said on the recommendation of using the one for all three. However, I wouldn't recommend it because if we're doing these websites and I'm in the process of wanting to launch them before the beginning of the school year, been keeping them at bay, knowing that we were having this presentation tonight. It would take us additional work to then get it changed and you're already putting it out there. Everyone's like going, well, why am I seeing this? And all of a sudden it changed. If the board really wants to move into finding these other ones, I wouldn't recommend just keeping that first one and just put a Band-Aid on it. I'd rather commit to looking for these new designs. And I do want you to also keep in mind, and I'm sorry I didn't bring that presentation from the last time, but we did go through all the different iterations of a dolphin. As I mentioned at that presentation, the eyes, the fins, everything was taken into consideration, even the weight. And I can see where you can kind of see it looks like a whale, but a dolphin, if you look at, they're all.
No,
Yeah.
none of those dolphins. Those were within the same style, but they were not. Look at exactly what's on our building or the historical stuff. Those are very different style dolphins than what your graphic designer has put here. So I disagree with you.
No, I do understand.
I think you could, and yes, I think to Maggie's point and the board, like I think that you could go with one. You're still saying on the different websites, Hermosa View, Hermosa Vista, Hermosa Valley. So I'm like,
yeah, no, I appreciate it. And I feel comfortable with the direction that we've had from the board, and Eileen will take a chance to follow up and try to work with this. But I think that we have direction and we were able to move forward.
Okay.
Any other questions for Eileen?
No, but thank you. We know it's
Yeah,
not,
thank
we're not
you,
an
Eileen.
easy crew up here right now.
Yeah. Don't envy your position down there for this one. Not at all.
Eileen, great job. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Eileen.
Thanks.
Okay, moving on to consent. So we have a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
Thank you, Quinn. Is there a second?
second.
Thank you, Stephen. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. Moving on to business or board action, superintendent. I skipped over the thing in my little script, so I apologize. S-04-2223, the HBCSD district goals. Ms. Bove LaMonica is not here, so Dr. Johnson.
Sorry.
I did the same thing. So another no
Gathering
apologize
at all
for.
those dolphins. Sorry, 1 second. Yes, it's recommended to the board for approval of the regular school board minutes. Yeah, sorry. This is not usually my spiel, so I feel a little uncomfortable. Recommended to approve. Oh, wait, I'm on consent.
No, we're on the goals, man. We already did the minutes.
Moving faster now.
Sorry, I'm nervous. You know, got a dolphin fever.
Dolphin Fury, yeah. Deep breaths, take some water. You're good, man. You're good.
Yeah, well, where are my shades? Thanks, y'all. Thanks. Yes. Okay. So, big, huge shout out to the board and the collaboration. You know, I just hope people in the public understands that, you know, we engage in this work really last summer. And that's when the 22-23 planning began. And we've really tried hard and diligent to work with our stakeholders, have our ed leadership teams reviewed, have our PTO stakeholders reviewed, have the board engaged in governance. I really appreciate the board takes the goals so seriously and spends so much time on them. I do think that we're close. And from the feedback from our last meeting, I would say that we have no more language adjustments to make. However, there is one final circle that we need to decide upon, which is that we have not determined what to do about the formerly named financial stewardship, formerly named legacy, currently named community and community partnership. And we just need to come to consensus. I can, and so
Maggie's not here. I think we go back to legacy.
I very much appreciated the points made in the last meeting, particularly I just call it Doug. I thought that he made a good point, and it goes to the ethos of our district is we're trying to bring in the most amount of people. You mean like into our vision like that,
Yep.
and it should be inclusive. And really, even if it had been 1 out of 5, that is problematic for what we're trying to do on the big picture. So I just, that was a very good point, and everyone, everyone sees it differently. So I would like the board to discuss the community and then fully community partnerships as the title of the formerly financial stewardship, formerly legacy. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll open it up to the board. Comments on community as our word. Start over here again with Steve.
Great. Love it.
Good. Love it. Love it. Jen.
Love it. I think it's really, really great.
Love it squared. Quinn. Doesn't love it.
I'll just build up. I'll try and make the hard sell. I just, as evidenced by our community tonight being out, like our district doesn't function without the community, PTO and HBF essentially, which is on behalf of thanks for everyone who gives. So everything ladders up to, and as we look to gain more community, that helps our financial stewardship because it's all about enrollment. And then, the community coming together, and it's about shared use services and about improving our city as a whole, whether that's through solar or other opportunities to advance our community to the future. So it all ladders up to community. I love it.
No
You
pressure.
sound like an auctioneer. I'm going to buy it. I don't think community represents anything about financial stewardship. I think it waters that down, and I think that's important. But and kudos to this district for managing through incredibly challenging financial situation, right? So my preference for something that makes that a little bit clearer, that's where it comes from. The money matters. Maybe it's just because of my background as a CFO too, but so that's why I think legacy, the state-of-the-art facilities, the financial stewardship, I think speaks to the numbers and the financial health, which really, I think, is a big part of the health of the district. That said, I don't think this is a hill worth dying on, and I will go with community.
Yeah, and that
What
was
it's worth, I did like legacy also.
it was considered, Quentin, for sure, about the financial. Part of the logic behind this, and again, I can't say this was like a deep dive word, was that we have received feedback over the years that like a focus on finances makes it like we always have our handout. You mean like and moving more towards more words that generalize that effort. But I totally agree with you. It definitely is a step symbolically away from like such a focus.
Well, and like I love excellence and I love inclusion because you know what those mean. I don't think you need to like go, oh, what does that mean? And I don't think you're not surprised by what's underneath it. You wouldn't come up with a bunch of other things. With community, it could be, oh, does that mean we're going to be doing volunteer events? Is that what that's about? Or, it's a lot more ambiguous, I think.
Yeah. Totally agree.
I'll throw one counterpoint at that of why I think community does involve that, specifically for this community, based on what we did earlier tonight.
Yeah.
We just learned that we got basically $1.5 million out of this community, which is what, 10%, Paula, of our budget, 12%, something like that. This school district does not function financially, operationally, logistically without our community.
Very true.
So that's why I kind of love that word. And I think it actually does capture all the points that we want to capture. My one nitpicky thing is not with that word, is changing the word to community. They are no longer in alphabetical order. Excellence, inclusion, community. I remember the last conversation, this is not a hill I'm going to die on, but I do want to point it out, is that when we had legacy or stewardship, that was last and it worked alphabetically. When they're not in alphabetical order, people may start to judge, well, then excellence is more important than inclusion, which is then more important than community. There's something about alphabetical that kind of puts them on a more even plane. And that worked in the previous words, but community throws that off. So I would make it.
You just got to go by the last letter. They're still in alphabetical order by the last letter.
The only thing I would say, Doug, though, on this particular, on the way I read it is, schools are about educating students, and a culture of excellence, I think, really is like I don't know. I read it kind of across kind of how things build, but that's just how I read it. I'm sure if I had community first, it would read it that way as well, but
There was
I'm not going to die on the sword on that.
feedback in the development of these goals about placing excellence first, non-related to alpha, that in order of importance. This is not even to dispute the thing, but just like, but that there was not an alpha decision.
Yeah, no, then, okay. As I said, that's not a hill I was gonna die.
Sure.
No,
Yeah, and I defer to the
gonna
board.
put that and
I
throw
totally
that
that's
out
the
there.
board's discretion. That's easy reordering.
Okay. Then do we have a motion?
No, can I, I've got one other thing, like,
No.
no, sorry.
We were so
I-
close.
So, yeah, that's cool. One thing I have is just the optics around I've got nothing substantive. It's more optic on how it is. Just going back to Jen's point or the board's point about the focus on personalized learning and data, that's great. And it's like excellence, personalized learning. But then when I look at the section, the whole page that says culture of excellence, I don't see the words personalized learning or emphasis on data. And I just, there's an element of it should almost ladder or be a little bit more explicit, or it's like personalized learning through improving and expanding student experiences in the classroom, blah, blah, blah. Like there's,
It's under equity and inclusion, and it's part of the equity and inclusion action plan. It's bullet point 3. Section 2, bullet point 3.
no, okay, I'm going to direct you. Let's call excellence 1. Yeah. And I go, okay, well, you got culture of excellence, you got personalized learning. I think that's really key. I think that's like mega moving forwards. So 1.2, I go to 1.2 in terms of that goal, and I look, okay, now I'm drilling down to the next section. Improve and expand student experiences in the classroom by increased funding, restructuring areas of priority, and promote. Like, great sentence, but I don't hear one thing about 1.2 being personalized learning and an emphasis on data. So all I'm asking is the mapping.
Talking about culture of excellence.
Yeah, excellence 1.
So in relation to personalized learning, that is under equity and inclusion, and it's okay.
He's just saying we should probably bring it up to.
I-
We should probably bring it up to cultural excellence.
If you've got it here and you're saying it's the second bullet point, shouldn't that? I'm just literally mapping to, there's nothing under culture of excellence to nothing about personalized learning.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
So I mean,
But I think what's on that top page is really the themes of each area, and then you have to get into specific goals.
I would
at
say
least
that
to me, it doesn't bother me that it doesn't say personalized learning or culture of excellence. It's about how do you accomplish those things.
I would say that that's the intention. I understand what Stephen is saying.
I just,
and
at the
is
moment, it's a long walk for a
unintentional.
short drink. The short drink is up here,
Right.
but I don't get the meat and potatoes of that short drink, mixing my euphemisms and metaphors in this section. So I'm just like unpacking this in a very literal order. I just missing personalized and how does personalized? Yes, it's this, but student climate data and the emphasis on that I think is really key. So I'm just.
So Jason, would there be a way that we can just take one more stab at this in terms of just maybe reorganize? I feel like all the words are there. They just may need to be just reorganized a little. Is that what you're suggesting, Stephen?
Yeah, or it's just having those same
I agree
2 or
with you.
3 words be at the beginning of these sections, so it's really explicit that it. Because I think when people are in our lobby or our entrances or wherever else or classrooms, we've got these goals and high level. They're going, oh great, that's really smart. But then when I'm unpacking it and I'm going down to the next level, and how does that really manifest for teachers, for staff, for students, for parents, for families, etc. I'm not quite seeing the linear flow of our goals.
So should
in an
we
audit.
take,
There should have been more feedback earlier,
yeah,
but I was
should
like,
that be something, could you take that and?
I would recommend, if that level of concern, of removing personalized learning from culture of excellence as a subheading, because where we're at as a district right now is we're exploring that. You mean like as a theme? So Well, I think it serves well as a theme. You mean like in our action plan, it's under equity and inclusion. You
Okay,
mean
well,
like
then that's fair.
Yeah.
I buy that, but I just, maybe that's more of a longer term thing.
the point is well taken though. That what you're describing is unintentional, which gives me pause, right?
Right. And I'm
Yeah.
going, I want to be really sharp and clear with these goals. And right now I'm going, are they really, and do they ladder really succinctly and tightly? Now you're giving me pause. You're going, well, are we about or how do we get our arms around personalized learning? I mean, so as a board, I want this to, I'm signing off on excellence, culture of excellence, personalized learning signature programs. Great. Yes. And what you've got listed in the long form here,
I would not want
just
to
not seeing the two ladder together.
Yeah, I would not want to arbitrarily insert it into culture of excellence, considering where we're at in our progress towards it. I think the goals should, as a plan,
But it is inserted in excellence because it's under, you've listed it as a core theme under excellence, not equity and inclusion.
I think going back to Doug's point, the intention was it as a theme of our excellence, but like in action, it serves under equity and inclusion. And I just,
Okay.
Yeah, because the themes all overlap. If you look at community, all three goals are about financial stewardship and building relationships and partnerships. It would overlap. There's not just a partnership goal, facilities goal, and I forget what the third one is on there. I don't have the sheet necessarily in front of me.
Yeah, the state-of-the-art facilities, community, and alumni. It's Steve, I go back to your point is well taken. It's unintentional. I wouldn't feel comfortable trying to jam it into culture of excellence as where we're at right now.
Could we talk about this at our offsite next week? Because I wonder if that, like, if we want to get, maybe it's not the 1 year goal, maybe the 1 year goal we sign off and it's this, but then there's like.
Oh, I think it's perfectly appropriate to talk about it. Where I would say is that we are pretty far down the rabbit hole as far as our plan of action for how we're going to approach education this school year.
Yeah, to achieve
And
these
so
goals.
I would not recommend the board, to take a different approach in our plan of action.
So, sorry, just to clarify, I don't think it's that big of a shift. So I don't think that's what you're asking for. I think what I see in here, it's like all the items are there. There may just be a couple things that just need to be reordered. I think most of them actually do ladder correctly. I think there's just a couple that don't. So maybe that's the areas to take a look at. I was just looking at them again.
But then it's giving me pause if we're saying, well, we don't want to directly, and I get it. There's interwork, and I think that's something that we as a board have supported. Like the culture of excellence is about very much supported achievement for all and inclusion. So I get that. I think there's just certain themes that I think will be very key for us moving forwards and how we manifest them. But if broadly, I'll sign off on this as it is. I just think there was maybe,
Is there, again, my question would be, can we take one more look at it and then have an approval of this in August?
The board is welcome to continue iterations of goals. I would just say at this point, when it comes to our plan, we have to move forward with our plan.
The plan is all the same. All this is the same. It's just a tidying of the.
That's fine. I just where you'll find me having difficulty in this is if it articulates anything that is substantially different as a plan, just because we've already written our LCAP. We're beyond, being able to retailer that. So I'm not by any means disagreeing with the board's ability to retailer. I just want to paint what would be our limit as far as the board's ability to change direction.
I don't see this as a change in direction. I just see it as like a editing.
for clarity.
Without really knowing where the board is going to edit, there's no disagreement here. It's just so the board has clarity about the work itself.
So it sounds like Jen wants to take another look. Stephen, that would be your preference as well. Quinn?
Agreed.
Okay, I guess that's what we're doing then.
So this is a board action item, and it was recommended. So then, I think we would need a motion to not vote, or I guess it would be, because
Motion would be to
there's an action
not
before the
approve it.
board.
Is it a motion to revisit it?
No, I think at this point, it's either you confirm or reject. So I think that
Yeah.
the board needs to reject. I think you have to pull it, you'd have to pull it at the beginning of the
Yeah,
meeting.
at the beginning.
Yeah, so I
change the
think
agenda.
the board needs to vote.
Okay, do I have a motion?
So the motion is to reject the goals as written. I so move.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Nay.
Christine, can you call a roll call on the vote, just so we make sure the votes? Accurate.
Board Member Cole,
Your vote would be aye.
If you're rejecting it, you're
Aye.
voting aye.
Board Member Cluth,
Aye.
Board Member McCall.
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Gardner.
Nay.
Just to clarify as well too, that the board agenda does not have the district goals as part of the agenda, and that agenda is already written and in action. I would not recommend to the board that we try to build this into that. So it will need to wait for the next August meeting that's when the board can take action on it. What I will ask the board though is that we as a staff must move forward. You mean like, and so we are already very far down the rabbit hole as far as working on these goals. So we are going to continue that work, though we are now operating without approved annual goals.
Okay, moving on to S-05-2223, the Equity and Inclusion Plan. Dr. Johnson.
Yes, I just recommend to the board to approve the action plan that you saw presented to you in the superintendent's report for the 22-23. It does come with a approval or the recommendation of the Equity and Inclusion Committee, which is represented by staff, parents, and students. Thank you.
Other questions or comments on this item? Quinn?
No.
Jen?
No.
Stephen?
No question.
Okay, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Stephen. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Jen. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, moving on to S-06-2223, update to board policies and administrative regulations. Dr. Johnson.
It's recommended to the board to approve board policy updates and administrative regulations. This is typical housekeeping such during the summer. I'm trying to get ahead of where we're at and updating our board policies. There's nothing substantial to be a report in these board policies. There's a wide range and most of it is just simple updates in nature. I'll take any questions.
Are there any questions? Jen?
Well, so I just had a couple questions. One was, one of the board policies is about hate motivated behavior and the second one was about civility. And I just think that those also could go hand in hand with some social media things. So I do think that they're important that parents and students know that that is a board policy now, and that things that appear on your social media that are this related are going to be taken seriously by the school district. Is that correct to assume that?
They always were.
Always were, but now that
we have
it's
updated board policy surrounding it.
yeah. So it's just, I think it's very prevalent in our communities, this hate this hate speech and these hate pages about other students. Students make them about students all the time. I'm not 100% certain, but I know at other schools around here, they're using the logo of the school on their social media pages and calling them hate pages or calling them, relationships and these things, and they use the logo of the school. So I'm not, this is probably for Jorge to pay attention to in our IT department, just to make sure students are aware and parents are aware that, those things are going to be noticed, I think, a little more.
Definitely duly noted, and we will follow up with our principals and Sylvia. I know we're working on a family handbook where maybe we can highlight some of these policies to convey their seriousness.
And then there was two other board policies about employee security, which I think were great additions.
Thank you.
But I just wanted to make sure people were aware that, those are also going to be something we can probably talk more about in August around the school safety conversation. Is that something we could do as well?
Yes, I'll make note of that.
Thanks.
Other questions, Quinn?
No.
Stephen? Yep. All right, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Jen. A second.
Second.
Thank you, Stephen. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Moving on to business B-05-2223, approved change order number 2 for Hermosa View School replacement of damaged fascia for project number 008. Ms. Montalba.
Hello? Okay, maybe it does work. It is recommended that the board approve change order number 2 for exterior painting of building C, D, and E at Hermosa View School. Work is to be completed in the next month.
Thank you, Paula. Are there any questions or comments?
I just had a question. If it's a change order, just to clarify, it's not that we're going over our budget. It's just that it's not money that was initially allocated. Is that correct?
Correct. Initially, this work was included in the project, but it was value engineered out of the project due to escalation over the time period. So this project is being funded by Capital Projects, Fund 25.
Thank you.
I don't have a question. I'm just very glad to see that
Too.
this formally be on here. I know we've talked about it for a while. I think this will make a huge difference in the overall feel of View School when it's all done.
Yeah.
Thank you for putting this in motion and finding the funding to do it.
Yeah, just a kudos to Paula. I mean, like it's not directly, but they're all tied, but like just her work with developer fees and I mean, like in chasing down monies, we've really tried to be aggressive about that
Big time.
in the last couple of years. And so this is, you mean like, putting those dollars to work.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Jen. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Quinn. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, everybody. Moving on to B-06-2223, the Hermosa Valley School Electronic Reader Board Marquee. Paula.
Okay, this project was referenced several times this evening. The first time by our community partner, HVPTO. They're going to make a huge $25,000 donation towards this marquee. It is the recommendation that the district accept that donation and the district fund the additional $9,800.
Thank you, Paula. Are there questions or comments on this item? Ms. Ann Quinn?
I'm just curious, do we know what you guys maybe have seen this? I'm not sure if I've seen examples or pictures, or is that something you could shoot me, Paula? Just separate?
Yeah.
There were some
pictures
examples
in
we did see some examples. I think my question
In
is
the
about
agenda, there was pictures.
Yeah, it's already been signed off by HVPTO. The design is set. It's my understanding that we cannot make any changes.
I'm not looking to question that or redesign it. I'm just curious to see it. That's all.
There is a picture of it.
I don't
in
like the dolphin.
Just kidding. Just kidding. There is a picture of it in the agenda.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
pictures in
thank
the
you.
agenda.
I
Yeah.
had a problem with the agenda.
I just have a quick question about is it on that reader board, are the fonts and stuff, those are just like for placement? It's like going to be digital, or is it like you can do any
We
kind
can
of,
do anything.
Yeah.
it seems like you could do anything if it was making bubble letters on there, but
Yeah. Yeah, so it's an interactive marquee and it can be updated regularly and it's programmable.
Yeah, you can do any fonts or pictures or colors.
So
Beautiful.
the top bit is digital as well as the bottom bit.
The top bit is static and that's
Okay.
in alignment with the.
But is it digital But is it digital or is it
Oh, no,
a
no.
static
No.
panel
No.
It is
of artwork?
It is exactly as the panels that are on the View and Vista campuses, the monuments there.
okay, thanks.
Yeah, it's just the digital piece. Do you have additional questions, comments?
Yeah, I think probably some of this is, have we lost, oh, sorry, screen's come back. Okay. First of all, thank you to the team staff, because I think that Vista needed great brand, needed a new marquee. View will need a marquee and is already in the works, and Valley sorely needs an upgrade. So first of all, thank you for the team thinking about this. I think the curbside appeal is really key. It's what a vast majority of our community members, they see and are very proud of our schools, particularly with Measure S. And it helps keeps community members informed, not only parents, but, I've seen people walking down the wood chip trail going, oh, and these things going on. So I think that's great. I think that when we look at our neighbors, I think it's pretty standard these days that districts, high schools, which are usually the sort of center of those, have a prominent digital board. It's the way of communicating. It's great. I guess, being quite literal, the design is a bit different. It's probably different because it needs to be different for that particular usage. Because if I'm right, in my head, this number is like egregiously small compared to what it should be. It's almost like you guys have negotiated a really tough deal. You're putting it on existing, like, I didn't realize there was electricity there because it's very dimly lit at night, you know, so it's, but there's electricity. So you're going to be able to put it in on existing infrastructure. And in my head, like a digital marquee would probably cost 6 figures, but seems very reasonable.
Yeah, this is a final price, and just a big kudos to Nancy, who was able to punch this through for us.
But I also huge kudos and thanks to our PTO board and team for sort of supporting us through these things and helping with the branding and stuff. Do we, on the city, I'm assuming because it's on our property and it's replacing a like and whatever else, there's no issues with city or DSA or any of those things?
No.
Right. The example reference is a little bit bold, like Vegas-like, and I guess that's where I go, it's going to be a bit of a change, like, you know, it's the centerpiece of the community, and sort of moving from something that's very traditional in its static letters to something that is digital. I think that's where I just change is a good thing. It moves us forwards. But I was like, oh. So in terms of the brightness of this, I mean, all of that is controllable, and the mess, like, it's all infinitely, like, it can be dimmed at night, or it could be what, like,
I'm not sure on the brightness. I will have to look into that. Yeah, we'll ask.
Some of this is I question around, there's marquees, and it's difficult to tell from the example, but there's some marquees that are very dot matrix, and then there's other ones that have high fidelity, and it's almost like you're looking at a 4K screen, and, you know, and I think there's where it's very clear and nice, and, you know, I live closer to Miracosta, so I go, oh great, and I student of the week, and like it's good, that all stuff going on.
I don't think it's 4K. Yeah.
6K.
Yeah, I hopefully we won't end up as the Hermosa Valley is the new strip of Hermosa Beach.
That was sort of my thought. Okay, yeah, if those were just sort of more specifics. I think the color, it's again hard to tell from the reference. Like, if it's meant to be in sync with what we have at the other sites, Vista, which is already built and obviously there, is on a gray background. Like Hermosa Vista School is on one line and it's on gray. So I get, you know me, I'm going into my, like, is a white screen, is that really, but like, can it be white? Can it be gray? Because the other one's gray. Like, it's a little bit like the one that we have currently is obviously a bright blue with yellow lettering. I don't think that's right. So is it white or is it gray? You know?
Nancy, do we know if it's white or gray?
Nancy, I love you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
No,
Okay.
I think he's talking about the hard piece at the
hard
top,
piece at the top.
where it says Hermosa Valley School. Is that background white or gray?
Oh, it's white. Okay. Can it be gray? You could make it gray. Okay.
Does the board want it to be gray?
I don't know. I would just say it should be, it doesn't, you're never going to see these things in together.
Yeah.
So is it nice to have some consistency? Yeah, but you're not going to, I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I'd say whatever's
Fine,
best,
again.
most readable is what's important.
Okay, then fine.
So what we'll do is we'll look at it and we'll ask the company what they feel would be most readable from the furthest distance. I think
Many people have done this readability thing,
Yeah.
with big billboards, but
My understanding is it matches the other signs. That what's on those signs was, so what Stephen is looking for, the background that you see on the view in Vista.
Telling
It
you
does.
That's not the same.
No,
That's
what they actually ordered will be the same, but
correct.
the
Yeah, that's
picture
all.
is, that, the picture is just, the whole thing doesn't exist yet.
that's
That's
the
just a
the
picture.
intention is
It's
that
for them
it
to match, yes.
is for them to match, correct?
Matching luggage. If it's matching luggage, I'm there.
It's matching luggage. It was specifically asked. I have inside info from the person who signed off on all the pictures.
Yes.
See that on the agenda too. So.
I We want matching luggage on our way to Vegas for sure.
Viva, Viva Las Rosas.
Yeah, I think that our goal is the same, and we kind of even learned from doing the monument, right? It's like what was on the page. I mean, like when it's in real iteration, you know, there is a variance.
I think it's not hard for these companies to send us with the final version and you sign off on it, right? So that's not hard. We just ask for that.
We will put it in a voice message to the company. And
I can
Nancy,
do that voicemail together. I'm sure
Jen has
she's got it.
volunteered to do the voice message. So we will follow up on that as well too, to see if they can give us a more final version. However, I do need to pay for this. So can the board approve?
Yeah, so there is our motion. Thank you, Stephen. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Jen. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
I will follow
can
up,
pay for it.
maybe with Jen and Stephen. You mean like about those iterations, and we'll try to be timely about that because this is coming.
You don't need to follow up with me on that one. You can just follow up with Stephen. I trust his judgment.
All right, we'll just leave a voicemail for you with the results.
Okay, moving on. B-07-2223, the Hermosa View School porcelain whiteboards. Paula.
It is recommended that the Board of Education approve the proposal for the school fixed catalog porcelain white boards, or otherwise known as whiteboards, for $16,000 to replace the paintable whiteboards on the wall at Hermosa Vista School.
So moved. This is excellent.
Second. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Stephen. Sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Getting some new whiteboards. All right.
All right.
Moving on to B-08-2223, principal coaching and mentorship.
Thank you. It's recommended the board to approve a contract with Lisa Veal to mentor our two principals. We are very proud of our two principals, Lisa Tina and Jessica Bledsoe. They've done a phenomenal job. We want to continue to develop them and support them and make them feel good. So we recommend to the board bring in Lisa Veal. Lisa Veal is the executive director of educational services in Redondo Beach Unified School District. She was also formerly the principal of Adams Middle School for 7 years. She was the principal of Bernie Elementary School for 4 years. And then she subsequently was an assistant principal in Englewood. She also served as an English language teacher, a single subject. She brings a wealth of experience, background. I have been Lisa Veal's colleague, and she once upon a time mentored me when I was her assistant principal as a principal. So this is a lived experience of knowing her ability to develop leaders. And I do think this will be a great match for the personalities of our principals. Thank you.
I just am going to give a shout out to that because I've had experience with Lisa Veal. Both my kids went to school at Adams, and her grandson and my child have been in this dual immersion program since kindergarten. So I've known her for 10 years and she's excellent. So I think it's a good choice. Thank you for bringing her to the table, Jason, and so moved.
Thank you, Jen. Is there a second? Quentin, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank
Man,
you.
these are some aggressive motions and votes.
Yeah. People are getting feisty now.
Yeah.
All right, moving on. Personnel P-03-2223, updated salary schedule for TK2 and 3-8 certificated principal to the TK8 certificated principal. Dr. Johnson.
I'm laughing about Stephen wearing his sunglasses. Sorry, give me a minute. This is part of the 3-site plan and some of just the tweaking and adjustments that we need to make. Under our salary schedule for principals, we had a designation of the TK2 principal and then the TK3 principal and then the 4-8 principal. It is out of a different error. Moving into the 3-site plan, Lisa Tanita will be the principal of grades TK through 4, and Jessica Bledsoe will be the grades 5 through 8. At this point, it makes no sense to have a different designation between the two different principals. We do believe that there are job responsibilities are equal. Each has different or unique challenges. Jessica has the middle schoolers, though we love them dearly. They offer some more student services challenges. And Lisa Tanita is over the younger students, which, there's tends to be more SSTs, more intervention at early intervention. And then she's also managing over 2 sites. The assistant principal is shared between them, supporting Vista as well. So we think it only appropriate that Lisa be moved, and we have just a single designation that you're a TK8 principal in our school district. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So moved.
Does anybody else have any questions or comments? No? Okay. Thank you, Jen, for the motion.
Second.
Thank you, Quinn. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. Moving on, the last one, personnel P-04-2223, their certificate daily substitute pay rate.
It is recommended to the board to approve an increase in the daily sub rate. We have dealt with sub shortages for the better part of 2 years. We do rely on a sub agency called Scoot. We want to move off that reliance because it is expensive per sub cost. All districts in our area, and we have been tracking it, have been making increases to their sub daily rates to be more competitive. We are the lowest in the South Bay. We definitely don't feel like that we need to be the highest, especially based off of interviewing our subs and kind of understanding the reasons why they sub in our district. But we definitely should not be the lowest. So the proposed increase is $150 per day as opposed to $140. I believe the cost increase per year it was at 10,000. Yeah, 10,000 per year. I believe that is a worthy investment, and is recommended to the board to increase that daily rate. Thank you.
Any comments, questions? Jen?
So if we were to match what Redondo or Manhattan offer, which is how much more? Like $20 a day difference?
Redondo is 165, I believe. I think that's PV, but we could bring those comparisons to the board.
I just am wondering if we just should match it. I mean, if it's $10,000, it's like, what's an additional match? What's the difference between the match and then we're just on parity? And
we actually feel the same way for the opposite reason. We think that the difference of $30-$40 is significant to the point where they may not choose. But we think the difference of $20 per day for why we have the subs that consistently sub with us, we feel that we do not need to meet that number in order to compete. And that's based off of research and meeting and talking with our substitutes. Just to paraphrase you, we've actually been working on this for the last 6 months, and we've held back on pulling the trigger because we wanted to make an intelligent recommendation to the board. We are going to continue to monitor and revisit this. This is not like a final decision, but we want to move the needle as necessary, rather than just jumping in for a cost that may not be necessary. I'm also plan to bring some alternative proposals to the board about handling substitutes and substitute shortages that we think will also contribute to a solution.
I would be open as a board member to hearing other proposals as the year goes on in case I think this is going to be kind of an unprecedented year with teachers taking time to them, just like saying, I'm going to take all my sub days this year.
Yeah, that's super fair.
So I think we should just be prepared for that.
Thank you.
Other comments, questions? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Stephen. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Quinn. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. All right, moving on to board member roundtable. I will start on this end. Stephen.
Just hope everyone's having a great summer. Jason, thanks for suggesting that we enjoy a bit of summary time in these chambers.
New tradition.
It was great, the holiday time, and so bringing it seasonally is a bit of fun. But serious stuff tonight. Thank you for all the great work, and happy summer, everyone.
Thank you.
Look forward to doing this next Wednesday. Seeing you soon.
Actually, this is good for our branding, don't you think, Stephen? We should probably be doing this. We're the best little beach city.
Yeah.
We should be doing this every meeting.
Our future's so bright. I had
I welcome this becoming the new standard.
For sure. I'll need to, that's the theme next week.
Marketing. 1280 enrollment.
That's it. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Stephen. Jen?
No, no comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. Quinn?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
All right. We'll see everybody next week. Are we doing beach attire next week? We got a different venue where you can actually see the beach.
Yeah, next week is casual workshop attire. So I'll probably be in a, what did we do? We did polo shirts last time. I'm gonna do a polo shirt, or that's what I'm gonna
You
do.
going velour jumpsuit?
I don't know, something along
I will
those
be.
lines. I always like to slip in my Cal shirt for Doug.
Just for me.
Yeah,
I know
for
you
Doug.
love to do that.
Wait,
to me.
I moved to adjourn the meeting.
Votes at stake, so I can adjourn the meeting. Aye. Meeting adjourned.
Well done.